Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, wherever you are in the cosmos. AJ Dodgestar, Intergalactic Mercenary, at your service. And it's time for a nice chill Gunpla building chat. Make sure I'm centered, which I was not. There we go. Yeah. Continue working on high grade GQuuuuuuX, which of course the show ended yesterday. Here's me thinking I would have had this kit when the show started after the beginning. But yeah, I put spoiler alert in the description or the name of the stream. We'll probably chat about the finale a bit. Actually, you know what? Just put a wee pinned comment as well. I think I can pin. There it is. Pin message. There we go. Yeah, that can be there pinned. Don't say I didn't warn you. But just to be vague right now, that was crazy. I think that's the best way to say it right now. But let's focus on the Gunpla for a minute. Because we got the head built. Obviously, you still need to... Oh, where's my focus point? There it is. I did leave off one of the stickers for the V-fin center camera. Because I want to paint in those little bolt bits on the fin. Before... I don't want to risk getting the sticker. Can't paint it out, you know? We'll do that afterwards. But we'll leave that till later. I just see before stream as well. They've naturally announced that the final battle version has been announced as extra effects. So that'll be cool. Considering this came out in January, but didn't arrive here in the UK till June, and there's no release date for the final battle version, so one can assume towards the end of the year, which means this time next year. Yeah, we'll have a final battle version. Probably. Anyway, where were we? We built that bit. We're all yeah. We're going to go into this bit when I ended last time, which is, I'm pointing. I think it's off screen. I've zoomed in because it's all high grid. But yeah, a little bit. One piece down here at the bottom, and then this upper here part here, and then that's the torso done. I didn't get quite finished last time. So what do I need? I need the A runner, which is at the bottom of everything. Right. There's the A runner. Oh, it helps if I actually get my tools. That does help. Because now that I've got this part, you know, because the longer desk, now that I've got this section, like normally I'm sitting over there. I know the desk is long enough I can have two little areas. That I forget that, oh yeah, since I don't have to rearrange my entire desk anymore every time, I can just roll my chair over. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean my boom mic for my microphone, which there's a shadow over there. I need to be careful where I position it when I'm over here because I could very easily whack into the boom holding the camera as well. So I have to have it like folded up. A bit close. Check out the standing sticks as well. There we go. Right, what do we need? We need, first of all, A34. Chill midweek building session. I considered doing this one of the weekend style instead, but it is instead today. It was like I, motivated after watching GQuuuuuuX finale to work on the kit. What's it, 27, 28. Also have the fan on, which, being at this side of the desk, I am closer to it, so there's always that slight risk of hearing it. So the microphone's at an angle more, so it's less likely the wind will pass by the front of it. Just the back of it. Is that side? So it requires some stickers in this part though. Right. Hang on. Sanding sticks. Nubjaw. A lot of this part's going to be covered up by other armor parts, so it's kind of not too bad. Weird to like have a Gundam show that I've been watching week by week, but the Gunpla hasn't been coming with it for me. Because with G-Witch, by the time the main show was airing, like, so obviously they had the prologue, but by the time the show itself started airing, at least the prologue kits had made their way to UK. So it's still alright, you still build something alongside it. Whereas in this case, the entire show is done, and there's only one kit available here anyway. And even then, only Gundam Madhang had it. That was it. No other places yet to, from what I've seen, get it. Even what Gundam Mad had barely lasted 24 hours, even that. The thing I need to keep in mind is these stickers are down on this page here, further down. Wait, can I go any further? Okay. But the stickers here, down this part, they are go on the back of these little triangle bits, but do have a very small mold line on it when you take care of that. Oh, that's not center. That's center now. Confusing. Should make the center. It's zoomed in after all. That's mostly center. Mostly. Mostly center, mostly. Oh,
hair is blowing out my face.
Let's see. No marks. The only ones that matter are the ones in the back. The other parts will be covered with armor. Yes. Just make sure they're flush. Well, some stickers go in the front as well, huh? Oh, I see, I see. Right. I've got like more space than I used to. I still feel kind of somewhat cramped. Just because of where I have to position the microphone. That should be a bit better. Just make sure I don't whack the boom mic off of the fan that's currently moving back and forth. Because I'm that close to it. Trying to see if I can see that. Doesn't really show very well on screen. Is the yeah. Camera can only do so much. There is a wee bit of mold line, and it should be all right. This back bit is visible, so good enough. As long as the mold line is not obvious, at the end of the day, I think is a good call. Thinking about it, I could probably move the camera slightly in this direction. That's closer to where I'm leaving at. Yeah, that works better. Since it's zoomed in slightly. That way, my hand's not behind my head. There's a neat trick. Like, how can he be filing things with his hands behind his head? It does need some stickers, but we'll get the blue bits on first. They're very small and difficult to hold. Let's see. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, a bit more. There we go. Pull the head back in the shot though. That way it's closer to where I am rather than... Yeah, that works. Because I'm like on the edge of the camera position. The center's like here technically. But if it's zoomed in 200% due to the distance, having it down the bottom corner makes more sense. Zoom in this corner. This one is this side. Yes. Yes. Pretty sure. Actually, put that sticker on before I do it, maybe. I'll get the other part ready anyway. Because the sticker technically does say to put it on before attaching these. That way, there's a tiny bit of sticker that loops over the end. It'll then get locked in place. Which I guess makes sense. You can tell when the fan comes around because there's a small noise in the microphone. Not too bad though. I think the music help drowns it out. On the other side. Got it falling over. It's tricky to hold these parts. Things are too small. This will definitely benefit from a 1/100 scale at some point. A good design for it. I think also the proportions, like especially the face, would work really well as a master grade SD, because Barbatos again has a roundish head and it works really well with the SD proportions. So master grade SD would be a good choice. Be a fun choice. A nice color of blue. And like nice and kind of desaturated a bit. Well, not overly bright. kind of the opposite of like Aerial, where it went for much brighter blue. Actually, looking at Aerial on my desk, it's like the same color, same hue, but different shade. If that makes any sense. There's a darker version of it. All right, then. There's a sticker we need to put on the back of this piece. What is it? Number 17 and 16. Let's turn this around so I can see what I'm doing the correct way. And 17. Here they are. Okay. Wait, did I do number 17 first, I think? That's number 17, so it needs to go along the edge of this. Which is an awkward position, I think, because it is a... Oh, actually, maybe not. The bottom of the sticker is an angle to it. That actually makes things a little bit easier. Eventually. Yes, definitely one of those stickers that would be better as a water slide, because it does have the wrapper in the edges a little bit. Hey, Gravy, sorry. Oh, you're going to say with a spoiler alert? Yeah, sorry, Gravy. I haven't said anything yet, but I'm just like, the spoiler's there. The heads up. I guess you haven't watched the finale yet. Just leave me on mute, it's fine. I got that sticker on pretty well. Oop. Okay, I put it where the center is, but of course I went the camera zoom. So that's roughly where it should be now. I think it maybe ever so slightly squint, but however, this one's on the back of an old set, so it shouldn't be an issue really. If it's like, you know, slightly off. That might be ever so slightly of alignment, but like micro millimeter, a nanometer. But I think they're okay. Alright, this is on this side. And this one's on the other side. Okay. Not bad. Not too shabby. Oh, and there's two little ones at the front as well, which are these types. A little purple bit. Okay. Might just cut these out, make it easier to grab. There we go. 13's on one side, 14, 12's on the other. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. That went on pretty well. It's like the sub cameras on the collar area, I guess. In the groove. There we go. Some of those little details of our paint would have also been a good idea. It's got a small groove. It works well enough. All right, there we go. The little purple bits there and there. Yeah, of course. If only the auto focus wasn't shit.
Hello there.
Hello there, Mecha boy. How's it going? Now it gets attached properly. This seems like an awkward part. What was it again? Yeah, like the White Gundam. 1/16 scale. Pretty cool. Yeah. All right, I'm getting this on here the best way. That clicks into the, oh, okay, wait. Oh, I see, I see. I think. Seems like it's gonna be an awkward part to get on. Oh, never mind. Not awkward at all. As you slide it in, it kind of clips over the back of this for a bit. They already scanned the model. You know, it does not surprise me at all, considering I suppose the Red Gundam's actual model kit only just released in Japan, I think. So yeah, it doesn't surprise people have already scanned it. People are really quick nowadays. So now I need number B14. B14, there you are. Oh yeah, it doesn't make, that makes some sense. It's like there's definitely a whole 3D printing scene when it comes to model making in general, so like it's not a surprise there'd be some for Gunpla as well. Like, you know, hey, this kit does not exist. Cool. Then I'll make my own with a 3D printer, which 3D printers certainly make things a lot easier. Emphasis on the word easier. Which is why, I guess, in official Gundam Builder World Cup, 3D printing parts is illegal in the rules. Because they want a competition of traditional model making, but that's not the shit on 3D modeling. Because like 3D modeling and 3D printing is really awesome in its own way. So of course, they're just saying about paid models. There's where like there's a potential legal issue. Because if you're like, let's say you're taking, okay. Realizing there's a lot of stickers gonna have to go on this part. Welcome back, Mecca. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. With the 3D printing and like being paid model stuff, it is a legal minefield. Because if they're scanning the original model kit, scaling it up, and then selling on the files, that is that's copyright infringement. Whereas if they're making their own 3D model at a larger scale and then distributing that's then only potentially a trademark issue. I know, like, after, what was it, the first metaverse tests, because for whatever dumb reason they had CAD files in the game files, I guess for like the scanning in Gunpla, like how they got leaked, or you got a rip from it because it didn't have proper protection, and then people were making the Rising Freedom before the model kit came out. Scan the outside and rework the internals as the runner parts and joints are not easily replicated on 3D printing. Yes, that's fair. So if you're scanning the finished model, as in like just what it looks like finished, and then you're basically, because like reproducing tiny parts especially, yeah. It sounds like they're doing a bit more work to it rather than just like ripping off Bandai's work. They're actually putting effort into it, which then that's totally fair. But I know with like the Rising Freedom, for example, when the CAD files got stolen from the metaverse, someone was printing basically the high grade runners of parts at 1/100 scale. But for your own personal use, sure, why not? But if you start selling that shit, that becomes an issue. Yeah, the whole 40k minefield of like 3D printing. The thing is that with the 3D printed and 40k, like if you were to turn up, I think it's a taboo still. So like if you turn up at an event for doing a battle and you hit 3D printed stuff, they'll just kick you out. And probably blacklist you. With a resin printer, you can definitely potentially have extremely high detail. I think it's just a formality. Because obviously most of these things are run by Games Workshop anyway. Like imagine you turned about actual Games Workshops to have a battle and you pulled out 3D printed models. They'd be pissed. So I think the 3D printing scene in 40K is like a small percentage, and the majority are just like, hey, that's not cool. Or like, it's cool, but yeah. I think it obviously differs from person to person. But also if you're... you know what? I don't know the ins and outs. I just heard a thing or two. But imagine, yeah, if it's a wee community run thing, I guess at that point it's up to the thing itself. Like an official thing, then yeah, probably then it's up to the event organizer himself. But anything official, yeah, gray area, yeah. Like if you have access to the 3D printer and you're making your own stuff based off other stuff, again, it's like, okay, whatever, you're making use of the tools that you bought and have available to you. But it's once you start redistributing stuff based off pre-existing stuff, that's where it becomes a legal issue. So if you like reproduce 40K miniatures or Gunpla parts and then sell them, then that's where copyright infringement comes into effect and you can be sued. I think Bandai's actually still trying to track down the people who took their CAD files from the Metaverse test, because obviously some of them did redistribute files. Oh, like take the old like diecast ones and then reproduce them with 3D printing. That'd be very meta. I would love to have a good quality 3D printer for like doing original stuff. They're like, hey, you don't have this. This thing does not exist. Cool, I'm gonna make my own. Because I know, like, for example, like a 1/12 scale of a Gundam would be amazing thing to 3D print and build. Because while technically it's 1/12 models of the RX-78 do exist, they're like for event purposes only, I think. It's not like they sell those. If they do, it'd be very expensive. Oh, right, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Potentially. Right, these knobs should be hidden well enough. Right, which way up does this go? That is the bottom, that is the top. Cool. We have a bunch of stickers to do here. Right, I'll get the yellow ones first. Yeah. What do I need? I need number 7's that top one. 8 and 9 are the side ones, and 10 is the bottom one. And then, you know what? I'm going to get that other part that has the other sticker because it's close, very close to these ones, and it would save me accidentally damaging it until I need it. No worries. What part is that? That is number 13. Oh, right, okay. Thought it was bigger than that. Why may have done a boo-boo? There's brand I love putting gates on top of tabs. Oh, ads are about to start, so let us. The countdown is like, oh, your next ad is now, and it's like, no, it's still 3 minutes away. That countdown was wrong. The countdown for the ads and the actual ads, because the pre-roll is still active in R240. That was a short break. Welcome back. Posture check, yeah, okay, slightly off center. Colonel, time for a health check. Or maybe it's paramedic. Snake eater. I think it was Snake Eater. It's in the remake in August. I'm still unsure if I'm going to get it. I mean, most Gundams are high mobility, so kinda, I guess. Oh, the ads are in progress. Huh? I missed the countdown there. Oopsie. I can see that. I do not cut. I was like, why would I cut one of them? It depends. I mean, the GQuuuuuuX is a prototype mobile suit, so, you know, with a lot of secrets hidden within it, which were, some were definitely revealed in the last episode, in the finale. Some very interesting abilities and repercussions for lore. You don't mind spoilers? I'm gonna put the spoiler alert thing on there anyway, so people have been warned. Yeah, but it's got a special. Well, we already know from this show anyway. To begin with, it has a Omega Psychomo unit, which is a very advanced Psychomo unit, which may have another hidden secret within. And I was like, don't cut these. As well, I did cut one of them. Bandai, how about you make it more clear? Like, don't cut these. But when you're looking at the instructions, the runner, you're not necessarily looking at this sign that says do not cut. So the one on this side, I definitely cut. So it's only partially cut, not all the way, so it might be okay. We shall have to see. Fair to say that I think maybe the GQuuuuuuX itself might be partially sentient. No, it's, I don't know. We'll see. Just like a wee tiny tab for when it slots in the other part. I'll see how it affects it. It's just going to be like maybe the waist rotation, perhaps, or just whether or not this part stays secure. You'll see in a minute if it holds an issue or not. It might just be slightly loose. Honestly, though, depending on movability, it might just be easy enough to glue it in. I don't think this part needs to move. The Psychomo unit. So the Psychomo units existed since the original Gundam. The Psycho communication, as in communication via sonic waves from new types. The very first one in Gundam lore was, of course, the one on board the Elmeth that Lala had. Control her bits. But obviously, being the very first Psychomo unit was called the Alpha, and then the Omega is like the most advanced one. You know, like you say, like Mark 1, Mark 2. Like a telepathic link system, I guess. It's hard to explain what a Psychomo unit is. Kind of like how Unicorn, the Psycho frame on... Yeah, like the Unicorn Gundam as well would have a Psychomo unit, but then it also has the Psycho frame, which is... Thinking about it. The GQuuuuuuX and the G-Fred, given some of their attributes, probably have some Psycho frame type material in them. I mean, remote control the machine that has it. So, like, if you are in a Gundam or mech in general, as a Psychomo, you can control remote weaponry. Or even, you know, control the mech from outside to a certain degree. If you're that powerful. Let's see if this slots in here. Oh, you know what? That's fine. It doesn't have an issue. Yeah, I can only chipped that little bit, tiny piece. So it didn't affect the fitting. So all good. All good. Right, let's get these stickers on these two parts. Essentially, yeah. Have you say that as if you've never watched Gundam? Well, you know, have you seen Char's counterattack? And the new Gundam with its fin funnels? Oh, okay. I just assumed. But yeah, basically advanced drone technology, but you're controlling it with your brainwaves. Literally. You watch Double Zeta. Well, if you've watched Double Zeta, then the Kubile. The Kubiles that Haman and Hulu have. And those little remote bits they have, the funnels, they're using a Psychomo to control those. Essentially, the Kubile is literally in the main timeline what happens when they took the Elmith design and then shrunk it down to be in a mobile suit. Rather than a mobile armor. Using the funnels to blast off the wings while riding the Zeta. Weird that, you know what's kind of weird though? You've watched Double Zeta, but you haven't watched the OG or Zeta, which is funny because so many Gundam fans will say to skip Double Zeta, but they should be ignored. You definitely need to go back and watch the original Gundam and Zeta, because literally Double Zeta starts days after Zeta finishes. Whereas the original Gundam and Zeta have like a 7-year gap. When it comes to like the Universal Century Gundam, the OG, Zeta, Double Zeta, Char's counterattack, and then pretty much that's everything else from there. It's kind of a spin-off, I guess. To old style. That is one of the unfortunate realities of the original Gundam. It's like the 80s art style of Zeta and Double Zeta holds up better, but that 70s animation does show its, you know, age a bit more. Unfortunately. And people keep saying, oh, just do a remake of it. And it's like, yeah, but... what can be a good way of like getting the gist of the story is like Dynasty Warriors Gundam for me. I got into it, so I had like you can play like the different timelines, a little bit of it, and so you get like the snapshots of the battles and the main events. So it was a good way of kind of like getting to understand the rough story without having to watch the full thing, and then did go back and watch it later. And then seeing all the extra bits I didn't see in the games. It's quite awesome. Ooh, the stickers are not too bad. With Gundam, everyone starts somewhere. It doesn't matter where you start, as long as you start. I mean, Double Z has a lot of cool moments and a lot of good stuff in it. I think the humor part of it throws off people who are like used to the more serious tones. But it does it in a very good way. I mean, like the balloon ones, I think they call them the decoy balloons. Be tricky, this one. Oh, did I get that first try? First try. Oh yeah, well that's a good one, yeah, like, oh look, decoys! And not all decoys are some real. Yeah, some of the slapstick comedy in Double Zeta puts some people off, but it's really fun. Having watched it myself, like, directly after Zeta, it was a bit of a whiplash, because it's a very quite tonal shift from the end of Zeta to the start of Double Zeta. But both of them are definitely worth watching. Yeah, the GQuuuuuuX. Gonna go quack, quack, quack. Steam Summer Sale? Oh god. I have no idea. Steam Summer Sale, or is it? It's like, hey, prepare your wallet. We're gonna go buy games you're not gonna play for months, if not years. Definitely strange is an exact way to phrase it. It is an alternate timeline of the Universal Century. Which basically seems to all split off from the part where Char heads to Side 7 himself personally and steals the steals the Gundam. So Zeon win the war. It is a what if thing, and it gets way more complicated afterwards. Especially towards the end. Where it's not just a what if scenario, it is straight up an alternate timeline. Yeah, definitely worth a watch. It's the biggest issue is its pacing, especially in the second half of the series, because it will come at you very quickly with information. Because only 12 episodes, so you know they kind of had the pacing was quite fast. The first half of the show feels like very good pacing, and the second half feels like the sort of pacing you'd expect from an anime movie. Because they're trying to get they're trying to do a story in like 6 episodes. But it works. It's just a bit fast paced. I think if you had a handful, like 2-3 extra episodes in there, it would have padded it just enough that it wouldn't have felt like you're on a roller coaster. So being on a roller coaster, I guess, was part of the plan because it kept you guessing. I guess some things correctly. And other things, I was way off. I think it all depends on like what the story is, because I feel like this is a show that knew what it was going to do and had a very good laid out plan, but maybe it would have required just slightly more than 12 episodes, but couldn't justify the full 24. And since anime is in 12 episode seasons, or cours they call them now, basically they had to trim it back a little bit to make it fit, because obviously it was maybe going to be a 14 episode show, but you cannot allow 14 episodes, so it got cut to 12. So yeah, I think that's maybe where it happens. I think it's like 1 or 2 episodes worth has been kind of trimmed just to keep it going, so you can fit in that 12 episodes. Though I know even before it came out, they already said it is going to be 12 episodes. There is no season 2. It is just 12 episodes. But without going into detail, they leave certain things open for a potential sequel series. So there may not be a GQuuuuuuX season 2, but there may be a sequel of some sort. Maybe. Hopefully. Because there's a couple extra questions there I'd like answered. But yeah, I feel like the budget, yeah, it's not like the budget nowadays, more like, because the show is always broken down in 12 episodes. So it's like 12 episodes per season, and then, or core, or part, I guess. So like you might have, like Witch from Mercury, right? Yeah, I'm looking at one side again. Like Witch from Mercury, 24 episodes. And it was, they labeled it as 2 seasons, but it was part 1, part 2. And that one, again, that's a show also, the biggest complaint about it was the pacing was a little bit fast towards the end, like in the second half of it. Well, only a little bit. I thought it was pretty good, well balanced. I am leaning on my left arm on the armrest. See, when you say posture correct, this is me now posturing. This is me sitting up right now. I was leaning to one side. Bandit Prisoner build fighters enemy, but with GB4 arc. And the VA would be same from SEO. You know, hard to think what they might do next for anything nowadays. Because there's like so much they could do. You know, I'm gonna go with the Pomeranians. I think. Emblem. We put the Z on one, but nah. Pomeranians. It's a very tiny sticker. I mean, who doesn't want a Gundam with a little picture of a Pomeranian on it? There's something that I like about the first part of GQuuuuuuX. It very much is like almost laid out like a little bit like G-Witch or Build Fighters Divers, and that it's kind of like, in this case, it's like illegal underground duels to begin with. But you know, similar, like having predetermined matches. You think about it, with Build Fighters and Divers, then Witcher Mercury, and now GQuuuuuuX, there's a lot of Gundam has pivoted towards dueling. But then, of course, after a while, the dueling breaks down. It becomes just full-on war of some sort. I can see that. The GQuuuuuuX, had you visit GB4 where there's a kit that store? Oh yeah, I've not touched GB4 for ages. Ever since I finished the story. Or I should say the DLC story. Which, let's be honest, the DLC is the epilogue. And the true ending. But no, I definitely did fire up GB4 at some point and mess around with like, because I know they added the Calabarn from G-Witch, the Mighty Strike Freedom, and of course GQuuuuuuX itself. I think also the GQuuuuuuX is getting added to Gundam Battle Operations 2 tomorrow as well. And of course, next episode from Secret Levels should have been extended, like more episodes of it. The thing with the Secret Level mech is it was always meant to be one-off episodes, but I think some of them are like so good that they could be extended into actual full-on shows. So like the Armor Core one, I think could be a really good hook for a full Armor Core series. Or like you could use Keanu Reeves as like a potential rival pilot in a future game, which I would like. Oh, PC for GB4. He's breathtaking. No, you were breathtaking. That was like, that was always hilarious. Like, you're breathtaking. No, you were breathtaking. It's like, It's like one of those parts that will go down in history of like, he makes a comment about the game being breathtaking. Someone makes the fun, like, you're breathtaking, and it like swings it right back because he's that kind of awesome dude. Everyone loves Keanu. And him being Shadow the Hedgehog now as well, as like, yes. Mm-hmm. Because he's so humble. Being called breathtaking, like, no, you are. Where's the E-runner? There it is. Need that. And I can get that runner as well. Might as well grab it. Cars and racing. Kind of. A little bit. Not as much as I think I was when I was a kid. I like, yeah, it's like cool cars. And then you're like, wait, robots are cooler. I'm looking for 17, 18. There we go. No Need for Speed. I played Need for Speed a lot as a kid, actually. Need for Speed Underground is... Need for Speed Underground 2 is still one of the best, the ones I have the best memories of. Oh, Most Wanted, though, that was also very good. For sure, but an AC can it be set up to dual flight sticks? I don't know. I don't know if... I suppose theoretically you probably could set up for flight sticks, but you'd have to... Imagine it'd be tricky, because obviously it's probably not built for it. You'd probably have to like remap a lot of stuff. I'm sure plenty of people have done it to be like that, but I have no idea. Like, I don't even know where my flight stick is. I had an old Logitech one years and years ago that was okay. It got the job done for playing flight sims, but it was the cheaper one. Yeah, I play it with Control Armor Core. I have the Xbox version. I wouldn't like to plug it in, but you guys might like to see some JDM drift. Some drifting. Everyone loves a good little drift. The thing about a car going sideways is like, it's more fun, right? Like, we could drive the car in this corner with the absolute precision and expertise to get through with the most speed, or we could go around in a pile of smoke. Both are fun for different reasons. Last time on Mecha Break, some players made it work dual flight sticks in game battle. Ooh. Don't surprise me at all. There's always people trying to set up like that. Like, I was playing Mecha Break with my Xbox controller, just because mouse and keyboard feels way too slow, especially for mech games. The mouse and keyboard works for FPS and strategy games, but for everything else, no, controller. This part is tiny. Also, Mecha Break launches on, well, next week. I was going to say the 1st, but it depends on time zone. So technically it's the 2nd for me. It launches, but it's like late on the 1st. North America. So like everywhere else is like early morning on the 2nd. What's a mech game that made the whole setup? Oh yes, oh, what was it called? Steel Battalion, I believe. Yeah, Steel Battalion is one of those, like, people just want to hunt it down for that controller because that's epic as shit. I remember seeing that back in the day and going, this is insane. It's a shame that game did not do very well because, well, no one could afford it. And those that did, yeah. I think it was like an okay game, but the controller was what you bought it for. Only make a break. The system had auto lock on command. Doesn't the game have auto lock anyway? It's not really precision aiming. It's just get your target close enough. Oh yeah, I forgot it had a sequel to connect. The Kinect is one of those pieces of tech that was kind of ahead of its time. Where it's like an amazing piece of technology, but it just was never utilized properly. Funnily enough, at this day and age, a Kinect would make the perfect tracking system for a VTuber. Would it not? I mean, Kinect 2 then, which was the Xbox One. Apparently that one is very good. Actually, the Kinect 2, it was apparently an excellent 3D scanner. Ooh, good. Drop that part. Blue White Dragon VR, but you cannot turn around, you cannot tell. Yeah, that's the only issue. It's good for front-facing stuff. Also, I can't do, full-blown thing because obviously, to track proper 3D, you need at least 2 points of view. Well, technically 3, really. But it would make a very good, I think, tracker for, VTubers or face and stuff. I think a lot of the VTubers now that use more high-end stuff all use iPhones because there's, an app for... They use infrared tracking stuff. Yeah, track the body well. On your face, just don't turn away from it, and I get confused. Which, to be fair, that's the case of most cameras. I was like, hey, look, this camera's tracking me right now. If I lean over here... Oh no, I'm out of range. See? This little bit. goes into up here. Or I would have been getting it right. There we go. Got that up in there. That little yellow piece. Theoretically, yeah. VR stuff and tracking that will get cheaper over time again. You won't need to like have two connects. Camera-based tracker from HTC. Ooh, what was there? I don't think I saw that. I feel like with VR and tracking tech, it's not something I've been paying too much attention to. A lot of stuff have passed me by. There's two wide-angle cameras and then the same non-marker tracking that Hedge uses. Ah, okay. Yeah, we're still early gens and VR stuff. No worries. Namikaze, you have a nice chill time drifting. Yeah, drop that. Fine, on desk. Alright, I need to get this slotted in here. Right? Yes. Oh, right, it's part of the collar. Yeah, that makes sense. And then these parts go in front of it. Yeah. Cool. Head over here for a second. Kind of addicting. That's fair. Sometimes you just want it to just play the game's addicting to you. I think that's maybe why I played Dune Awakening on stream for like 2 weeks solid. Big Screen Beyond 2 as a model that has eye tracking built in. Ooh. Cut off a little bit smoother. That's fine. Oh, the mouse tracker thing. Yeah, I think I saw that. I like had a thing that extended out past the headset to track your mouth. Yeah. Crazy. I like the super in-depth stuff like that. Or like, they're niche for like certain people, really. Like some of these products will like show off really amazing technology, but they maybe they'll only do one run of it because they know it's going to be niche, and they won't maybe make that much money off of it. But it of course gives those people who really want it the technology until the next iteration years down the line. Ah, neat. Bought by a lot of VTubers that also bought the expensive HTC Pro eye tracking headset just to track their eyes and mouth. FBT. Oh, full body tracking. Got it. Yeah, so like one of those pieces of tech where like, that's impressive. I think it's VR tracking stuff. It's really like that. The VTubers are like high tier of like, the technology and like the production value. They're like driving that market right now, which is kind of awesome. All the tracking. One day they'll even able to track this VTuber's sweat. Actually, that'd be a terrible idea. Considering how hot some of that gear they wear probably gets. Headset 2 hand controllers count as 3 points tracking. Ah, yes. There's the upper side. Oh yes, Code Miko. Code Miko was like one of those trailblazers of like showing off that technology. Definitely not the only one that uses a suit. I know for like HoloLive, for example, when they do their big 3D concert stuff, they're wearing capture suit as well. Then when it comes to being at home, there's what was it, Mokapi? Like there's like a wee thing that Sony made. It's like wee little circular things. They can only be bought in Japan right now. And basically they're tiny, very portable trackers. And they come in like a Mokopi, that's it. I've seen those being very popular at the moment. Because like they're very small and lightweight. And actually quite accessible. IMU trackers, accelerometer type sensors. It's kind of crazy to think of how much the technology for like tracking bodies for like computer generated stuff has become. Because like look at like episode 1 of Star Wars and the jumpsuits they have with ping pong balls attached for tracking points. Which I always love the fact is that the battle droids in episode 1, the way they walk the way they walk because they accidentally placed the tracker ball for the lower back, the hips, slightly too high, so they had that little butt wiggle. They kind of had their butts too high. Yeah, measure movement and make good guess your body is. Apparently they're pretty good quality, especially for the the price point. Slime Tracker DIY or paid. Oh yeah, Slime Tracker something similar, yeah. Honestly, the tracking market has really exploded in the last recent years. Like so many different products available at different price points and quality. I think VTubing is definitely helped with that growth. Because like they've become like the primary, that and filmmakers. That comes off that slight angle. Shit. The pepper has detached from the spawn. What is scissors? I mean, that's also not really used anymore. If you look at like behind the scenes on like more modern films, like think of like Rogue One, or like Alan Tudyk is Kato Esso, or like the Marvel films, and like the suits are way more advanced now. Like they're designed, like the tracking points are like built onto it now rather than being these like ping pong balls that are basically glued to it. But yeah, definitely proper tracking cameras and stuff. So like for film, it's still very expensive. Well, they won't need that precision. Mm-hmm. It's one of those really interesting fields of technology. Gunpla's built. Well, we have the head and we're still working on the torso. This one is quite complicated because of its like design. Like the head has 14 bits in it. There's a lot of small parts for a high grade. You'd be easily mistaken for thinking it's a real grade. Hell, the only thing separating this from a real grade is that inner frame. Right, I've almost got this torso done. I mean, there'll be like a partial one, like most high grades do. But I think because of the way the joints are designed, it has no frame. Just not in the traditional sense. Like it has very visible joints. I think there is obviously like a lot of high grades will have like a partial frame, like for the joints that are visible. But beyond that, essentially I can see this arm here. The hinge is on the armor. Essentially, like that, the bicep is like on the inside of a joint, and then the forearm is like that, and they're like rotating each other. Health check time. Okay. R2! R2-D2! There you go, pop that in there. And that's the upper torso finished. I just need this piece. Yeah. That'll be torso done. Also gonna stretch as well. Ugh. And hydrate it. No worries, Mac. You have a nice evening. Thanks for dropping by. The ads are in progress. I'm just going to keep standing this. Okay. Stretch my back. Stretches. Spine. Right. Grab this bit and the red bit, and it should just glue. This slots under that. Right. What's going on here? Okay, that's the lower tabs. Let's pop the head on because we can. So much sculpted detail for something that's a high grade. I mean, I never checked out the Requiem for Vengeance ones, but I think they're just like similar in terms of like surface detail. But so far, so good. I mean, I'm missing a sticker on the V fan, but again, I'm going to get the bolt bits painted first before I put it on there. At some point. Not necessarily right now. Right. Onto an arm. The arms. Armed and dangerous. We're making both shoulders first, and then we're doing the right arm. Okay, so shoulders identical, and then the arms have a distinct left and right. So let's see. Oh, sorry. D runner, B runner. Primarily, you know, E runner as well. B runner. Number 2 and also number 1 as well for the next part, so I guess we'll grab it. We need to make both arms or shoulders at the same time. D runner. Also number 1 and 2 as well. Surprise, surprise. Alright, and other parts of the seed don't come back just yet. Or actually, just grab it. I can tell that's the leg parts. By glancing, that's the shield parts as well. Okay, getting... So this part, the gate went in between this section and it had, or rather the runner went between and it had a gate on the other side. This one's cut up very cleanly. That one is not cut up as cleanly because of the angle. So take a bit of sanding. Get it nice and flat. Not too much though, like. Actually, noise. Let's break away a little bit. Right? That looks okay. These are awkward to file. It's always awkward to file when you're at the get in between two parts. And you just do that. Not that hard, I guess. Okay. So that one's done. And the other one. I'm getting them both done now. The other gates are like either side of the inside. This one's easy enough. The external nub marks are very small. This one looks okay. Now the other one. Okay, that will do, I think. Stretch the back out because leaning forward tends to get hunched up. A fan blowing against the microphone there. My bad. Could have cut it a little bit cleaner. I'm just gonna attach one of these. Okay, so attach one of these first. Ah, yes, I see. Wall there, there we go. That goes in there. Those two, and that's these parts next. This goes into here now. Okay, we were thinking that part went in second, but because it locks in both pieces together. There we go. Oh, stretch. And hydrate. Right, I need these little bits. And these little bits. What's next? Oh. I'm realizing the stickers it's saying to do here look kind of complicated. And I'm also realizing I'm not going to do them now because the little, I guess, thruster nozzles will require some color because like they're colored in the picture. So we will avoid the stickers for now. These parts are just so damn small. One thing about it, never make a real grade of this because it wouldn't work. It'd be too damn small. When a high grade is this detailed, do you really need a real grade? No, a master grade. That'd be great. Even just a 1/100 mechanics, full mechanics, would probably be pretty good. Like I said earlier as well, the design of the GQuuuuuuX would really translate really well to MGSD. Which way around is this going? That is a great question. Okay, I think it just has, yeah. Left and right, up and down, but it's like all pretty much the same. Well, that needs the other port to lock in place. Okay. Get all the parts ready then. Just need the dome to lock it in. Otherwise it will just fall off. Yeah. Better drop things. Try not to drop stuff. Last nub on this. Right. Okie doke. Have these in this orientation. Now we grab this, which needs to be. It's a great question. What orientation is this in? The circular notches at the top. Okay. There we go. Neat. It's easy to put that part in there, then bring this over. And that's in the right orientation. Yeah, there we go. Oh, dear me. Alright, I'm just going to run the ads a little bit early, take a small break, go to the loo, stretch my legs. So I'll be right back. center. Hang on. Pull the chair back in. That would help. Usually does, right? Having the chair actually in the right position. Right, we are here. We're not going to do the decals though. Because there's some color on these little tiny. Oop. You can't even see them really well on the screen at all. But they're tiny little sub thrusters. Which I think if I can move my head, like you can kind of see them on here. Well, they only need a little bit of paint on them. Make sure I get this gray. Pop onto those. Good little bolts on the head. And then I can kind of get those extra little bits and bobs. Very cool design. Very out there. Having something this complicated at this scale, though, is crazy. But a master grade of this, I would definitely buy. Because at that scale, the part separation, it'd be bigger parts, it'd be easier to handle. And with such big eyes, they would be able to pop an LED in there, perhaps. On a master grade. All right, what do I need? E-runner. I need one thing in the C-runner actually. Try that now. Number 12, yes. Okay, we need, what do we need for this? We need E2, 3, and 4. My hands are dry. My back. And this number 3 as well, which is basically like, oh, as it is literally a plug to kind of close it over. Right. Okay. And absorb all the blue parts. There's a doggo. Someone's come to say hello. a little bit better. Just thinking there. With the way GQuuuuuuX is the alternate timeline of Universal Sanctuary, right? They're pretty much free to then, as long as Bandai allows them. Because it's Studio Karna. It's a whole other timeline now that's obviously, you move one piece and then suddenly you create a whole different scenario. So there's a lot of stories you could tell with characters that are now in completely different locations or positions. So while this show may be over, there's a lot of stories you could tell in that universe now that you've established it. So I'd love to see what they could do, if they make a sequel series to it or not. I think a sequel series makes sense considering how it ends. Probably not something we'll see for a while. you're sitting in there, they won't lock in place to look at the other bit. It might require a tiny bit of sanding, but not much. Also very small pieces. There's a tiny, ooh, got it. Swap hands, it's easier. Now I can see better. Right, make sure that's there and then slot this through. There's a wee tab to lock it in place so it doesn't rotate. And then holds the joint together. So we can get lined up. Right, that would help. There we go. Got it. Don't know how secure that's going to be, but although you wanted to, you could probably do a teeny drop of glue, but near a joint, risky. It'll be fine though. It'll be fine. Bit sliding forward. All right. Wee notch lined up the best I can. That slots down and locks into place. There we go. That one feels a bit tighter. It was a satisfying locking in, so that's good. And now I need these bits. Brum, 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 brum. And there, like so. I'll get the other one tidy up. Yeah. Keep dropping on. Stop dropping stuff. Alright, pop this in here. And then attach the shoulders. Oh, okay. So this comes down to the back of that. Because I'll say it allows it to pivot rather than being fixed. Very interesting design. I didn't realize it was like that. That should be very easy to pop back off for like doing any detail work. Okay. No. I guess I can start on one of the arms. Looks like the arm is quite simplistic, really. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 parts of the actual arm. And then obviously 2 for the hand. Depending on your choice of hand. For example, the fist ones that can hold a weapon later. Alright, let's get one arm finished, I think. That should be the goal. Right, deep runner. 12 and 14. Yeah? Yes. Hey, 16, how's it going? Going not far off fast though. I mean, going is better than going nowhere. Sometimes you just a nice slow, take things slow and it works out better in the long run. Potentially. Where's that one up on top? There we go. Headset keeps sliding forward. Ow, ooh, elbow off my elbow off the boom mic there. Boom arm. All good. One of those other nubs were on the bottom. Yeah. Right. And this piece needs to go into here. And that one closes it over. Probably the most simplest forearm ever. Good that this seam line is this guy as a panel. Always good. Right, D-Runner. Number 10 and 15. Ah, there it is. I was like, where's this last nub bit? Right, what's the right orientation to this? That way, yes. Actually, I can put this onto this first, I believe. Yes. We'll zip that back bit over. Okay. And then this goes over here. I'm not sure I'm keen on this bit at the back of this. It kind of just feels like it just plops on. Runner. Oh god, little tiny pieces. It's all super smoothly, and this will be there's one. They cut them off very smoothly, so that helps a great deal. Hey, Master Builder, how's it going? Welcome on in. Okay, that's both elbow bits on there. Already watched the finale? Yeah. 'Twas an interesting one. For sure. Yeah, a very crazy show. Only the pacing was a little bit better, but beyond that.
Reporting for duty.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. And feet paint as well. Where is that? In the bottom here. Typo. I'm wondering with how the story ends. If and when they'll do a continuation of it. I feel it's more a matter of when than if. That way, yeah. But I didn't ever say there is no second season, so it's like it'll be a sequel show if there is one. You know, kind of like how Destiny is a sequel to Seed, I guess. Or Zeta being a sequel to the OG. Or Double Zeta taking place right after Zeta. There's definitely more stories to be told in this alternate timeline. And it's a slide forward sometimes. What orientation is this? Is it this way? Yes. Yes. Around one of the shoulders. where I was filing there because I dropped it. You rebuilt your HG Red Gundam? Nice. I don't have that one currently. The delay to getting Gunpla in the UK appears to be very long right now. Because despite the fact, of course, this kit came out in Japan, what, January? Gundam Mad only got it here in the UK a week ago. Like a week and a half ago. And they were gone within the day. Yeah, but Discord, man, I don't get impressions yet. Probably. Yeah. Make sure you read the code of conduct as well. Right now. Now, which way around is this going? Is it got us up and down, or just let front and back? Just front and back. Plot that over there. There's one notch to hold it in place. There we go. And then bring down the shoulder. Ah, there you go. I see it now on Discord. Ooh, the Hainu. Is it the RG? Looks good. And of course the Red Gundam. I'm looking forward to when the Red Gundam's available over here. Because it's kind of creepy looking in a weird way. Because that different design. I just need a hand and the arm is done. What do I need? The B runner. I don't have the high new, but I have the original new real grade on my shelf. Definitely one of the best builds. Alright, what do I need? I need number 4 and 20. Okay. Indeed, the final battle one was announced. Which is not surprising. They haven't given too many details on it though, because it's just like, hey, this will be a thing, but we haven't announced when it'll be or how much it's going to cost. But it's pretty cool. What was A21 for? number 21. Okay. I imagine when the final battle version comes out, I would assume its manual will have extra information on its systems and its Endymion unit. They also announced, not as a model kit, but as a figure, the robot spirit stuff of, well, I have SH figure arts of Shellyable and his Kikaroga, the robot spirits. In development, because he's been so popular. So I really love what they've done with Shellyable, because he went from a one-episode character in the main timeline to this really cool character. There's a lot of depth to him. Well, what I would really love to see would be a model kit of Shellyable's mobile armor. And the Elmeth as well. The Elmeth deserves a high grade, at the very least. You know what I would love to do? With the final Battle GQuuuuuuX? Display it with a mega size RX-78. Might be late repainting, but there we go. There's a hand. And why not just attach the arm now? And you know what? I'm just going to attach the shoulder without the arm just because I can. Hey, there's a progress silver. Not bad. Not too bad. So let's see, what's today's progress? Finished the torso. One full arm, both shoulders. It's got a lot of little parts for a high grade, which is really impressive. If a bit fiddly. We can easily get the other arm done as well. Hang on. Turn this page over. Ow, elbow again. We're now out of the color into the black and white area. Okay. Yeah, so we like other arm, waist, leg, and oh, actually quite a bit left. You got both legs. The legs actually have a lot of parts. And of course you got the booster pack, the core fighter, and the weapons. Yeah, there's a wee bit to do left. Just a bit. Well, I think I'll wrap this up here for today. Getting hungry. And next week we'll come back and keep working on this. Get the other arm down. Where am I? I'm here. Because I've moved the camera position because it zoomed in. I keep forgetting. I keep like defaulting to here, which should be center. Because it zoomed and put down because we're close to where I'm working. But yeah. Get the other arm done, probably get the waist done, maybe start on the legs. Next week. And then what else? That should be the last news we'll have to do with the ads. Next stream though, that will be on Friday. Yeah, move this away for a second. As always. Social. And Discord. Oh, I missed. It's so down plural. There's more than one. I will have a new schedule tomorrow evening. But next stream Friday. I think I might just do a little bit of Dune Awakening on Friday. I didn't play it this week at all. Maybe. And I will definitely work on this probably on Monday. And then Mecha Break comes out on Wednesday. No, we won't be able to play it until Thursday. Because I'll be working. That's fine. Oh, dear me, nothing. Sorry. Let's see who's currently live. Potential raids. What about who's currently doing miniatures and models? Weekender. Let's see. I know, let's go raid Maru, why not? Easier option. I have to mistype that, that's fine. Followers and subs. Raid messages. And yeah, we'll swing by our good friend Maru Malandra. But don't, while we had the spoiler alert tag here, don't take any spoilers into that chat, alright? Always ask. Anyway, thank you all for dropping by. Much appreciated. I'm definitely having fun getting back into building again, because we've not really been building for a while. And the GQuuuuuuX is coming along quite nicely. It feels really small. Like, because it's like, the design it is, like, how intricate it is, it feels smaller than 1/44th. I think it's just because it is very sleek. I may even be quite small in general. I'll need to compare it to, like, once I finish building it, stand it next to the RX-78. It'll probably be like the same height, just really slim. I will wrap this up here. Try and stop yawning. Have an awesome day. Have an awesome week. And I'll see you around the cosmos. Dodgestar, signing off. Oh, wait. I was gonna go raid for Maru, but she's ending her stream as well. Oh, well. No raid then. Till next time. Bye-bye.